Morning, friends. Hello, hello. Are we going up? I don't know, man. So far, it looks okay. Russell's really trending, but we could go up for all of today, Cass, and it would still be bearish. You know what I'm saying? So let's see what happens here. We're in our reversion zone on SPY, QQQ, and IWM, but we're outside of value, so that's good. If we can hold that, then the possibility of us continuing to go up is pretty likely. I'd be much more comfortable with longs over the 690-700 and bid on NQ. Until then, we're kind of just at the top. We've seen a seller continue to sell here over and over and over and over again. Right? If we just look left. So until we can get over our previous month low at 694 and start to recover this break out of balance, then we can start to look up to our levels from yesterday. Remember, we have this buyer's offside at 800. But yeah, I don't know. It just kind of looks like we're in a balance down here. You can see it between our ADR low down at like 450 and our 700 edge right now, with most buying happening around 550. So you've basically just got a range from all of Globex. Just gonna have to wait and see what happens. Morning, RT. What kind of news do we have today? Zelensky today. That's at 11, unless they push it back, which is potentially possible. But that's really it. But that's huge. So 11 o'clock, Trump is meeting with Zelensky on Ukraine. That could go to shit incredibly quickly. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. Yeah, that is the deal. But Trump also called Zelensky a dictator like 5 days ago. So do we really know anything? New 15's opening here in 10 seconds. Testing our high a day.
Fox report that data centers are part of the US-Ukraine deal.
Data centers.
Keep in mind these Fox pieces coming through ahead of Zelensky's visit to Washington today, due to be meeting Trump at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, around 45 minutes, and their press conference isn't until 1 p.m. Eastern Time this afternoon.
Data centers. looks weird. So far, rejecting our 700 edge, which is what I was concerned about. Just waiting for a pullback. Looking for a buyer around like 650. If we were going to hold a higher low, it's like 640, 650 would be ideal. Or we'll pull back down to like 610. So watching this area here, seeing if a bid will step in. This will be our ES value retest, as well as our last known buyer in this break of structure here, if we can hold this node. Russell's got a bit more room, which is a bit concerning. Down into 147. Might be ideal to just wait for RTY to find this low first. But yeah, we're looking to see if buyers can step in here. Ideally, again, at this like 40 edge to 50. Need to find RTY low though. And you can see why we thought this area would be okay. And it's that POC of previous candle on our value high of that candle. So just looking to see if we can find this bid here and continue to find it. You need to risk off in the 70s on your first contract. That's where your offer would be sitting. We can start to show a little bit of interest above 70s and then bid. Then we can potentially look for a new high. But if 70s holds offer, then it's just going to be our lower high, and then a continuation down would be my guess. RTY finding a short-term low. Separate. Excuse me. Okay, well, we bounced 40s and went to 70s and rejected, so it did the thing, but now we are getting that lower high. So that sucks. What's up, Dan? Try reloading that chart. Happens sometimes. Untrade of it.
According to sources, Trump's top federal prosecutor in Washington, D.C. demotes senior leaders. BlackRock adds its own Bitcoin ETF to the model portfolio lineup.
Our first look over the 69700. See if we can hold. Really nice bid off of PVZ. Now looking above. Follow through on RTY and ES. Just want to see if we can hold our highs. Gotta get over 40s here. This is our next target. RTY into ADR. ES attempting to hold ETH high. think if we can make 40 supportive, we probably have like 60 points up. To retest into our major pivot at 800s. But we gotta get over this first. Remember, the buyer who's offsides is up into 800. But at least a retest of that area would make sense to me today. Basically, we have an auction between 700 and 740. And then 740 and 800. So we're watching to see if we can get over this edge here. And the coffee machine here is broken again. Sucks. I'm dying. I am, but I don't own a coffee machine. I just have one on the floor with the dog park. It's just like a community one. No, I'm just drinking green tea right now. Brewed some last night. Put it in the fridge. You guys need to understand the only reason I drink coffee is because it is free. I'll never have it. I will never own a pod system. I will never buy one. See if we can bid here 720, 740. As long as we can hold this, I think we can rotate up to 800. Got our first offer here into like 780, but I think that we'd ideally be able to fully push up into 800s.
According to an executive, BYD's Europe head Celia Lee speaking to reporters in Frankfurt, saying BYD wants to build third plant in Europe.
HP CEO says he's considering moving manufacturing back to the US.
HP. So far, rejecting our offer at 780, just rotating back down to our 740, 725 area. Retesting POC a previous 15-minute candle here on NQ. Watching to see if bids can hold or if we flip offer. Nah, I don't need that. That's too much. Exactly, that's why I don't want it. The only reason I've been drinking coffee is because it's free. I have no desire to have coffee in my house. It gets me to take my dog out and go downstairs and leave my house. And that's about as much motivation as we're gonna get. Offer really trying to step below here. There's nothing really here until 700s if offer is going to be able to hold this 720, 740s. Watching bid here. Russell into our halfway back. Yes, pushing down into our halfway back. And NQ into our edge.
UNC.
This is what I own. And this is about the only thing you'll ever see in my house for coffee. I will never own a pod system. It's like 12 to 30 bucks. And it does the job perfectly. You go to like any thrift store and pick one up. Or get a brand new one for like 15 bucks. Well, I'm a tea drinker, so it's just like I don't know. Again, like the only reason I've been drinking coffee lately is because it's free. And I'm lazy. Might as well get a cup from while I'm taking the doggo out, you know? Other than that, I just drink tea. If I had like espresso every day, I'd be crashing out. That's a big pod sauce. You gotta get over this 730 seller, or this move's just kind of like done for short term. There's just not much else. Yeah, if I had to wake up at like 5 in the morning to trade, I'd definitely be a caffeine addict. To be honest, I just wouldn't wake up at 5 a.m. I'd be going to bed. My average time of when I actually am able to fall asleep the last 3 weeks has been 4 in the morning. It's pretty rough. How long? I don't know. I'm usually in bed for 3 hours before I fall asleep. 3, 4 hours. But usually an hour of that is me like just reading a book until I feel tired, and then I attempt to sleep. This is ES value edge. Russell pushing down into value. Again, there's not much here until we can get back over 30s. The seller is pretty serious there. Just watching to wait. I'm waiting to see if any of these guys are going to get offsides at the lows, sell side wise, and then if we can get a secondary bid to step in above 30s for continuation. We have 30 seconds left on this 15-minute candle. Let's see if my whoop will show my average sleep. I'm unsure actually. My average sleep consistency is 48% this month, which is below my previous 30-day average of 53%. Like, I'm just down bad. Hmm. Testing into our 30s now. Let's see if we can get the look over and hold. Really nice bid off of ES low into our value edge. So the dark blue is what I actually get, and then the green is what they want me to get. And the first one is this month, and the second one is the last like 6 months. Offer held 30s again, rotating us down. Unlucky. And what's interesting is like you can see my average for this month has just gone down like, I don't know, 15, maybe 20 minutes, but God, do I feel it. This seller is trying really hard here. I don't know if they're gonna win it out, but basically our ETH here, ETH high on ES, seller really trying in this area. Not incredibly confident in bids as long as this area is holding. It's like 5900, 5906, and anything below 30s. Just need to see if bids can develop out this upper area before we can go, or if offer is just going to continue to step in and then we just rotate back down. The way I see it is if we can't get over 30s, we then have to get below 70s. If we can get below 70s, then offer can really take advantage and rotate us back down to like 610 for 60 points. But right now you're kind of trapped between 670 and 730.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the Canadian budget balance. Prior was a deficit of 8.21 billion. Also keep in mind at the top of the hour, Trump is due to be meeting Ukraine's President Zelensky.
I can show this pretty easily as well. Let's look at footprint together. So I'm just looking at this guy here at 730, and then this low here from 680 to 670. I'm watching this buying tail here.
So 4%
And this is just our range.
Trump meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky at the front of the White House, which again is due to be in around 9 minutes' time now. So not expecting a press conference or anything at this point, although he still may answer questions. Live videos on the feed if anyone's interested.
So what we're looking for here is a break of this balance, and either a very clear bid and hold right above this, or our offer stepping down, and then some sort of like delta sign here from sellers, right? Like really loading the boat, and then we want to see basically like an absorption into this, and then we get a rotation back down to our mean or our 15-minute view up down at 620. But until then, I just don't see a reason why we break these areas. Very clearly trading in balance in between. So I just need to see a very again like a shift for anything real. The Trump-Zelensky thing starts in 6 minutes. So our first look above. See if bids can hold like 40s now on any sort of retest, or if we look back in and then retrace the entire range with these guys offsides.
So in 5 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we do see the release of the Canadian budget balance. Prior was a deficit of 8.21 billion. Also at the top of the hour, Trump is due to be meeting with Ukraine's President Zelensky at the White House. A live video for this is available on the feed. Again, no press conference is expected until around 1 p.m. Eastern Time, though he still may speak to some reporters outside the White House.
Action says daily chart is oversold, and any bounces should be viewed as selling opportunities. Watching for a breakdown to the support area of 5,800 slash resistance still remains at 6,000. Then 6015 on the cash index, so SPX. Which is basically what I was saying earlier as well, which is we have a incredibly large downtrend that we have to show interest above, or it just doesn't really matter. We look at the larger structure here. All right, we've got a basing here at our lows. That's nice. We've broken outside of this balance, and so we can get an upside move if we can hold this balance break, logically, which is why this 670, 680 area super important. If we just go left, right, this is just a breakout and retest, but we're only testing our supply above into 770, right? There's no change in this. We're just trying to develop out a upper auction now from this balance that we had during Globex, right? This is a very clear range that we had at our lows, and now we are balancing here above, right? Holding our previous highs. Again, we're not going to feel all that confident in this move until we can see this area hold and we can get over this seller that's sitting here, flag it out, and then we can start to rotate this area, holding our previous day value low. Once we are holding our previous day value low, we have the ability to then rotate up to where? Previous day POC, right? So we'll be watching for this recovery, but until we can get over this guy, this buyer who was incredibly offsides yesterday, who attempted to find the low here, we don't have a ton. This has to be target at 800s. But once we do recover this 800, right, we can start to do this upper rotation into our 900 and then our 1000 to 1070. But we've got a long ways to go before we can be overly bullish in the market with how dramatic our sell was. But treat this as a super easy, just break a balance and hold of our highs, and you're in a much better state. If you're looking for new all-time highs, I think you're a bit crazy. But if you are just looking at this as a super simple balance trade where we have an excess at our lows, right? We have a re-entry inside of our balance. So we have a move that pushed down, re-entered, held our balance low, and is now rotated up into the highs and has now showed interest at our highs.
Canadian budget balance, and also shortly expecting Trump to meet with Ukraine's Zelensky.
This is a much better structural play that you guys understand, right? And we can see that. We can see the look below. We can see the excess. We can see the entry back into our balance. We can see them holding the lows. And we can see the rotation above our highs and now the attempt to build. So I think looking at it like that is a much better viewpoint for the short term, short to medium term. And now it's just a matter of, from this area, can we sustain up here, right? Because we know what happens if we look back in. We rotate through again. And this can be a trading opportunity. Make sense?
Surplus 1 billion, a surplus of 1 billion. European Union poised to ask banks about delaying capital rules.
Later, Jason. Looks like a solid day. If you want to talk about any of your trades you took this week, just let me know. You just get caught on the wrong side of trend or something? Yeah. Sizing up to try to make it all back in the next trades will always get you. Yeah, I totally feel you. I think it almost feels like an infection, right? Like you have to think about it. Think about it like you've got a body part that's infected, and instead of like adding more infection, you need to just cut it off and then slowly heal. You know, you gotta you're not adding more gangrene. You gotta just close the trade, stop averaging down into it, and then it's a slow process of recovery, one trade at a time. You don't try to make it all back at once. It's a pretty bad analogy, but it's something that like you got to think about, which is like if you're in a position that is mentally and physically really hurting you, um, like it's better to just cut, reevaluate, and then slowly recover instead of trying to build it all back in one trade, because it's just not going to happen. Stick with your rule set. Trust the process. I was reviewing some trades from someone yesterday. I'm not going to say any names, but like they have I think it was an 80% win rate, but they're not profitable. And it's because their expectancy is negative. They're holding runners. They're not holding runners in the right direction. They're only holding runners in the wrong direction. So their average winner was about $130. Their average loser was about $180 to $200. And their largest winner and largest loser were about average. So if their losers are always larger than their winners, it doesn't matter. Like they're still red. So even with their win rate being so high, right? Like the amount of trades that they're taking, like they're always screwing themselves over. They're never going to be profitable because of the way that they're executing. And we need to get in the habit of not averaging down on losers, not staying in those trades for longer than we know that they've already gone against us with the hopes and prayers that they come back.
US State Department
Right?
says
We need
ongoing
to
US
cut them
market
off
greed
when we
made
don't feel
sure
comfortable in
there was
trades,
continued action beyond meetings.
and our trade no
Both
longer
parties
meets our
said
risk to
the
reward.
implementation of a timetable and touchbacks to target clear goals and sustainable results.
Or you're going to have a very hard time making money. And these are things that you all know, right? Like I'm not. It's just like a constant reminder of like, oh yeah, that's true. I need to do that. But we all know these things. It's just making it a reality and living by it. That's the hard part. I think Sauce yesterday was a great example. I think it was yesterday. He had about, I think, a 35% win rate, but was up like 4K. So just as another example of it's just managing your risk and being okay taking paper cuts and small losses for the larger trade when it's playing out. But because his risk to reward is so decent, right, and he's understanding where his stops, where like he's invalidated in what he's looking for, he's able to cut those and still make money. Whereas like this other person has an 80% win rate and is completely negative. Right, like that 30% win rate, he's staying in his trades that he needs to, and he's cutting the things that aren't working. And I think that that's a great example of a mentality shift where you're not you're playing the market, you're playing what's being given to you, and you're able to make money off of that instead of trying to force things to try to be right in the setup, right? Like, which one do you care about more? Is your ego going to be bruised if a trade doesn't work for you? Are you going to stay in that? Or do you care more about actually being profitable? And like, and Sauce's win rate will go up, right? Like he's profitable at 30%, and the less rotations that he starts taking, and the more refined that he gets in his strategy, that win rate will go increase, and his overall like trade proficiency will go up. And that just takes time. Yeah, I mean, because like if we're looking at your monthly here, and this is your daily wins, it's interesting that you're happy on your winning days, 500, 200, 200, 400,
Treasury 3-year yield falls below
right?
3%.
Like you're happy to leave on those days. Your red days, you're hitting your drawdown max, right? You're always there isn't a single day that you're not maxing it at 1K. You're not happy dipping out or leaving at a $200 loss or break even. On the days that you're break even, right? Like you made it back from over trading, like the $27 day. But like it's going to be very hard to consistently be profitable or have an upside curve if your red days are always larger than your green days over time. It's really rough. I mean, even in just consistently keeping your red days and your green days the same size would align, and you'd be profitable with that same if all of your trading days were green and red and you were trading the same amount and willing to risk the same amount on each day, right? Like you'd be profitable. Like if all of those red days were just $400 instead of 1,000. So it's going to be incredibly hard to have a positive expectancy, right? If you're allowing your red days to gut you, you're basically just treading water. But that's not, and I don't want you to get discouraged by that, because treading water or being basically like net neutral isn't a bad place to be. It's a place that's a lot of people would love to be in themselves, because it just means that you have a couple things to work on and then you'll be profitable, right? It just means that you're making some stupid mistakes, and as soon as you fix them, you then will be positive. You know what I'm saying? If you were just red every day, right, you clearly don't have a strategy at all. Nothing's working. But you're not. You have red days that you're clearly emotional on, that you're allowing your drawdown to be much higher on, um, and you are trying to make it back. But if we can fix that, your green days will start to really solidify, and your red days won't matter. It'll just be a part of the process. They won't be weighing you down. This ES push back below 900s is pretty rough for us. This is our value edge as resistance. I'm thinking that we're probably going to have to do a shift down to VWAP down at like 88, 80, 89. I'm watching to see how Russell interacts here into our value edge as well. But I'm not a fan of these lower highs and now our push down. I'm thinking that we're going to have to come down into this area first. Watch to see how we interact here at our previous low at 94s, but I think if this doesn't see a dramatic bid at our most recent low on ES, that coming back down into this pocket here makes sense to me. This is our breakout range retest here again on NQ on the higher time frame that we talked about, this 670, 690. Basically just a complete failure on our building outside of our balance. So we're going to get a rotation through our range now. I'd like to see a reoffer, ideally, from this of our edge as resistance, right? Losing the 670 buyer and then continuing down. And we can probably expect that relief bounce to occur with ES coming into our zone of control and Russell coming into our zone of control now. And just watching to see interactions here. I don't think playing the long bounce makes sense, but I think playing the reoffer inside of our balance now is probably the move. So we got our bounces exactly where we thought we would on RTY, ES, and NQ all at the same time. Now looking for a offer to be stepping in here if it was going to happen based off of this reaction. Watching this 80 to 90 area, seeing if sell side's going to hold here. We need to see sellers get us below 90. Below 70 from this hold of 90s, or again, like this, there's not a ton here. We want to see a secondary seller step in and then push us through. If bids are able to hold here and we're able to see this buyer step back in above 70s and now maintain, then we're going to retest our upper structure with these guys being caught off sides. So it's really just a matter of, is ES and RTY, are these things holding our downtrend still in the short term? And where's that pivot that needs to hold, right? So like for us, it's our value edge here at 900s on ES. For RTY, it is just here, right? So we're looking for a loss of momentum in these areas, and that can lead to that weakness for on NQ as well. So for ES, we need to see a very clear recovery over our value and hold, or we expect this to be our offer still. And for the Russell, downtrend is still persisting. We got our bounce where we thought. Now it's just a matter of, can we get back over and bid, or is this going to lose momentum here again and then kind of continue downward? We need to break the higher lows from this bounce. Again, I'd like to see the offer step below 70s for full confidence, or rotations back up to 30s are possible. Yes, testing our value edge here as resistance into 900s. Watching to see if sell side steps in again. Unless you filled into the lows that we were talking about, there's not a great long here, in my opinion. You gotta wait. I think you're either looking for a short for continuation down, or you're just looking to risk off some of your long if you're already in from our reversion trade. Immediately found our offer into our resistance here on our RTY and ES, where we thought we would. But we need to get below 670 on NQ for acceleration down, or this is just going to be chop here, with bids trying to step in here again. Same thing on ES. Need to see a breakdown. Don't want to see these higher lows.
So US employers had 15,000 workers on strike in February. And keep in mind, Trump greeting Zelensky at the White House now.
What are some simple things that we can see on our indicator that can give you the same idea of you should only be looking for an offer in our current state? This is in a bid, right? The bid is if you're going to be playing off of our PVC value here, right? The long. And where are we risking off? Well, into our anchored VWAP, where we understand the selling average of this period, right? Do we see how this is our trend? This gray cloud? That's the whole entire point of it, is understanding where positioning is occurring. So if we know that our bid was down here, and this is where we are watching for a low to occur across the board, where should longs be risking off? Why can we logically put that there? Well, because we know that this period, this is where the weight of the sellers is located. Right? This is our anchored VWAP. Our volume weighted average price for this period that started here and is now ongoing. So we understand where the shift of trend needs to occur for that upside move to start to happen. Until then, it's just going to be a re-offer of a lower high. And we can also have our value edge there, our ETH high there, our ADR here, right? Our PVZ value high here on NQ, right? There's lots of things that are telling you that it's stupid to try a long here. It's fine to try longs down here, right, for a secondary move up into this area, but this has to be your risk off. There's nothing telling you that you should be trying to play the break of the downtrend here without any clear signs of a push. So even without me here, you should be able to identify that yourself just based off of our indicators. Testing our 70s. This is a great risk off if you took a short up into our highs. Need to see a sell side step down below this for any sort of continuation. I'm out half of my size here. I'll watch to see if we can now hold 670s and take out our low. I'd like to see a move down to 600, 620 for target. Watching our offer into 670, 680.
Treasury yields extend their slide. 2-year yield falls to 3.99% now.
Move stops down. This is a risk-free trade off the 70s, right? You're just at your view up now. That's 30 points on literally no risk. Just following our plan. New 15s opening now. I'm flat, but as long as we're holding like 50 to 60, should be able to stay on this trade as a runner. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. So I feel like we walked through that entire setup. Do we understand and remember what we were looking for and why that made sense, or what's up? How are we feeling? We identified our balance before, right? In between. We were looking for downtrends to persist and this offer to hold here. We were looking for a push down and a rotation back through the 70s, right? Holding that edge and then rotating through to our lower edge. And that's the trade. We know the overall trend. We know we have a failure here to get back into our balance. We look for that offer and we play the rotation through.
So Trump and Zelensky begin remarks at their bilateral meeting now. Says, have something that's a very fair deal. So again, Trump saying, we have something that is a very fair deal. Trump says the deal with Ukraine is a big commitment from the US.
Huge commitment.
Trump says, I spoke to Putin.
Nice job, Grotto.
Trump says we've started the confines of a deal.
All right. Is he done talking? Never.
Trump saying that we will sign an agreement with Ukraine later today. And just saying that we will sign minerals deal today.
Back to our PVZ value
And then
here at
later on in the
710s.
East Room.
And ES into our value high. And POC here on RTY. Watching to see if we can shift these inflection points to supportive or if they're going to continue to hold as resistance.
Zelensky says, I want to discuss what the US is ready to do.
Up flex. Good look above on ES here on a hold of our value. Watching to see how we interact as we push up. Not in anything, just flat. Nice bid showing on NQ as well. This is POC of sell side candle, our previous sell side candle. Actually going to delete this and just rotate this to here. And we're going to move this to here. Just playing our value shift. And we'll look for pullbacks. Oops. Looking for a bid here.
Trump says we will put some money into the fund. EU sends RFP to banks for further funding needs.
This low should really be like 705. It's so hard to select shit.
Just a reminder in regards to Trump's last comment saying that we will put some money into the fund. This is in regards to the Fox piece that says US-Ukraine deal would instantly create fund for investment. Trump says we're
Instantly.
going to take rare earths and use it for all we do, including AI and military weapons. Trump says you won't go fighting back. So again, you won't go back to fighting.
If it's not clear by what I'm drawing, we're just looking to see if a flag can form here for a breakout continuation. Russell still below our pivot where we rejected last time. So we'll watch to see if there's any loss of momentum here. Ideally, we get back over and for upside, or it's going to be tough. Same thing for ES, just watching our value edge. Can we flag here above? If we can keep going. If these things fail, right, we can't find bids here, step over. We can't find bids here, step over. It's going to be really tough to show anything of interest. But if we can, should be able to rotate back up to our highs into 80s on NQ. Just want to show interest above this like 4650 area. New 15's opening now.
Zelensky says we see a good deal for LNG terminals.
Figure it out, boys. Jesus. Get us out of here. Pop us or break us down. Your first risk off. You are trading our pivots based off pathing.
Club of New York will host Besant on March 6th.
This is almost 40 points. Need to see a break of our highs and a bid from secondary buyers for anything more. It's only 11:49. Oh my god.
Trump says you always have to make compromises, and certainly he will have to make compromises.
Failure at our highs, rotating back down to our lows. Russell failing to break out. First risk off was good.
So no
Waiting to see how we interact here again.
was addressing there whether it's Putin or Zelensky. We'll see if he does make a clarification.
Watch our reoffer here of what was our bid, the 707, 720. Need to get back above, or this is going to hold for a lower high and lower lows. These guys need to get trapped, and then we need to see a secondary bid step back in over 720s, and then push for new highs. Right, like this is it. We need to see these guys screwed, bid step in to recover our balance, and then we need to see the step above. If this holds and we then continue downward, right, this is just going to reject, and then we're going to see new lows off of it. Expect your offer into 35, 45 as we push up for a lower high of sell side serious, and then you need to see them step below 7 tons again for continuation down. If bid serious, we're going to rebid like this 15 to 20, and then we'll look for a new high over 50s. It's just a balance play. We're waiting to see if this is
we'll have arms to Ukraine.
This is going to be a clear re-entry and hold of our balance that we're trading in right now, or a offer stepping down.
Trump says hopefully we won't have to send much. Trump says once the deal is done, it's over, and Russia won't want to return.
This is your first risk off if you're playing pathing into our ETH high.
Trump says the US has started the confines of a deal with Russia, so just reiterating what he said earlier.
The confines of a deal. What did he say before he was elected? I have concepts of a plan. uh,
Zelensky on the mineral deal says the document is not enough.
Same as before, need to show interest below this, or this is going to be where we see bids step in again. New 15's opening now.
Zelensky reiterating Ukraine's need for air defense. Goolsby coming out with text cautions against over anticipating productivity impact. Excited about prospect of lasting productivity growth. Tough position for Fed if anticipation exceeds reality. This is in Fed's Goolsby's prepared remarks for text for evening event. Zelensky says document is a good start, but not enough. So just a reminder, with Fed Scoresby, he's due to speak in a moderated Q&A at 10:15 p.m. Eastern Time later on tonight, giving remarks followed by a moderated Q&A at the 2025 Institute for Economic Policy Research. Trump says, I'm in the middle. I'm both for Ukraine and Russia, and I want to get it solved. Trump says that I'm very committed to Poland. Trump says Baltics is a tough neighborhood too. And Trump says that I am committed to NATO, saying that I am committed to NATO too. Europe and NATO have to step up.
I think if we can get below 670 and show interest, there's room for another 20 points or so. Until then, though, this is our target as we push down. Again, like our reversion target's into 40 to 50, so I'm keeping an eye on that area. But this is a good risk off if you are playing pathing and the breakdown of our balance.
So just seeing some commentary from Rick Ryder, BlackRock's global chief investment officer of fixed income, said he believes the stock market could finish the year up more than 10%, saying, I still think the economy is in good shape, but I think scaling back a little of what looked like off to the races growth, I think makes sense.
We'll watch for a retest here as we push into our 80-85. Really like this 80 to 90 and see if we can get one leg down, one more leg. I am flat from my short and just watching to see if we get an interaction that looks something like this. Do we understand this trade?
Trump
Does
says,
this
"I
make
spoke with
sense?
Putin a couple of days ago."
What did we see happen here? Why does this area make sense? What have we identified? We identified a range, right? So when we chop in a range, and then we see this happen.
Statement: top Democrats on Appropriations Committee say Republicans have walked away from U.S. government funding talks, raising risk of shutdown.
What do we need to happen here after this look below from a failed look above? What needs to happen? Anyone alive? If we were going to break out, what do we need to happen? After a look up below and look back into balance. What needs to happen for you to be confident in a bid? What are we looking for? Okay, I'm seeing some answers. Why did we think that this would be a good area to look for an offer? Why does this make sense? If a seller is serious, where will they need to be, right? We're looking for a shift of value down, right? So we look below, we show interest at the bottom of our balance, which is great. And what we need to see here now is a look above. The only way that this trade makes sense for a long continuation is a new high,
Democrats
right?
say
A break and hold
Republicans
above.
tried Trump
So
plus cuts in U.S. government funding bill, while Democrats want Congress to decide funding.
the thing that we can do here is we can put a super simple channel on, right? Or a just as a visual aid for us of do I just have like a regular regression? Yeah, I do. We understand that are looking for sellers to hold a lower high. We need buyers to hold a higher low, right? And breach this for a continuation and a breakout for confirmation. So what we're watching for here is after this retest of our balance low, which is what we just got, right? This is here. We're looking to see if sellers are going to maintain the offer, right? Are they going to step down the offer? And when they do here, from this push, we're going to then watch to see if sell side then can hold here. Because what are we seeing happening in this interaction? Well, we're seeing
Trump says there is not an agreement from Ukraine to purchase U.S. LNG.
We're seeing an attempt to look back in, a failure from buyers to show interest above, sellers stepping in again, and now we're watching this attempt for that continuation down. Right? Because they failed at the highs. Sellers have shown an interest in a more than willingness to hold our lower high, right? And that leads to our continuation. We had a failure at our balance, right? In our range. God, I can't draw a straight line with my mouse for my life. And that leads to downside, right? So this is how we can look at this area, see that that offer is sitting here, the failure here, and then we can play this rotation down, right? Because we know that if they're serious, this excess that we created here at this low, we would be looking for a break and hold above, right? We got our look below, our retest of balance. We're now looking to see if we can hold the highs. If we can hold highs, this would have been an awesome long. But instead, we see resistance, right? Resistance and then reoffer. Shift to value lower. Continuation down. Does that make sense? Do we understand these concepts? This isn't new. We have 1,000 hours of content covering this exact setup. This is Mario's favorite setup. You get it conceptually? Yeah, okay.
Trump
I
says,
understand.
I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm aligned with the US and the good of the world.
The good of the world, boys. Yeah, so for me, you have two options, Kels, right? You can either play the lower high, right? And then having your stop like this if you think that it's going to go down. And this is an okay trade, right? You're looking for a new low, right? So you're looking for a breach. You'd want to take your first risk off into this low. But to me, this is your first trade, is you're playing with the idea that we're going to continue downwards. The idea that I like a lot more is off of this lower high, right? Showing that weakness. We're now watching for this to be our entry, right? So our 707 to 720, and we're looking for a rotation down. And ideally, it would come down into our VWAP again. But we understand where the bid is, right? Which is here at the 670, which is why it's your first risk off. But do you understand that, like, do you see it like this? How this conceptually makes way more sense? So we get our lower high. We're looking for then offers to hold, and then we're looking for rotations through.
To Trump saying Ukraine must make compromises with Russia.
You see it as a bear trap? What about this shows you as a bear trap? We haven't broken a downtrend yet. So who's trapped? I mean, like, you talking about down here? Sure, but then you're just playing to where we took our short. So can you imagine that the offer is still sitting here? Mm-hmm. You just have to be willing to trade and understanding like what you're looking at, right? So like this is what we did, or what I did in this area, which is we have a failure at our highs. We're showing no interest above, right? We're now shorting here with our stop above 20. We're shorting this area and we're looking for the risk down, right? Like it's a failure to get back above our balance. So there's no reason not to trade this. We have a failure from buyers. We've seen lower highs. We've failed to hold our balance low. We're now looking for this offer to play, and we're playing the rotation through, right? If we can get back in, it's the same setup as before, right? And we should see a new high. Right? Because we know what to look for here. We've just played the downside version of it. So what happens if this guy can get back above? Well, we'll look for the bid to hold, a rotation through, a retest, and then a push above, and then continuation higher, right? We just went over this. So if we can regain our low of this balance, and we can now hold here and then push the highs, we now have a catalyst at the lows, just like we had a catalyst at the highs, right?
Fed Scoresby warns against over-reliance on productivity gains. Trump to Zelensky, saying you are gambling with World War III. Trump to Zelensky, saying you don't have the cards right now. Trump says it's going to be very hard to do business like this.
Ay, ay, ay. I thought red headlines were supposed to show up in 10D now. What happened to that? Oh, none of these are red. Oh, one was. Okay, so again, based off our pathing, sorry, I was a bit distracted. We're looking to see if this low will hold and if we can get above for a continuation. Or this is going to reject again. We're going to then watch to see this push below, and then we can play this rotation back down again. All right, so watching to see if we can find a bid here into this low. We can then hold, continue onward, and then rotate up. So far, offer holding at our highs. We shall see. Need to see a clear break above and hold.
Vance argue in the Oval Office.
Argue.
Newswires are putting out here. So Trump, Zelensky, and Vance argue in the Oval Office.
That was another red headline, Tom.
Just seeing a little bit of movement towards the upside on dollar. A little bit on WTI. Some downside movement on the S&P 500. Just off the back of the headline there, Trump and Zelensky and Vance argue in the Oval Office.
Bro's actually a Russian puppet. It's insane. Ugh. Your teaching is much appreciated. I'm listening to learn your methodology, but trade small account and shoot for small targets compared to yours. I don't know if my targets are all that large.
Disrespectful.
I usually keep about 10 points of risk, and we're looking for, 20 to 50 points. 20 points usually, right? It's like a 2-to-1. But I don't think that that's something that isn't manageable with a small account. You just need to be trading micros instead of minis. I think it's pretty realistic. So if you're having a hard time with sizing, I mean, I think I probably have the smallest risk out of everyone that I've watched or seen. So it might just be a matter of you being uncomfortable with the leverage on a mini, which is completely okay. You just need to adjust and trade a smaller contract like a micro. So a micro is. I'll let this guy talk.
So Trump's meeting Friday with Zelensky, with Zelensky quickly devolved into a testy exchange, with the Ukrainian leader casting doubt on the likelihood Trump's efforts to broker a deal with Russia would yield lasting peace. So the effort by Zelensky inspired an angry response from Trump and VP Vance, who suggested his criticism was disrespectful and that his absolutist view toward Moscow was inhibiting negotiations that could end the bloody 3-year war.
Jesus. So like 10 micros is one mini. So you could be trading 5 micros or, one micro, for example, even, and still be doing these rotations just fine. So it might be just a matter of managing your leverage yourself. Because I think 10 points of risk is really minimal, especially on an instrument like NQ. I think like saying you have 10 points of risk on ES is a little crazy, but on NQ itself it's way, that's like 1 point of risk on ES. All right, what a shit show that meeting was. You trade micros? So with micros, you're looking for only 10 points? What's your risk for those micros? Is it 1-to-1? Imagine having to send all of your people to war and seeing them die on a daily basis, and then this guy tells you that Russia's the good guy. Like, you really thought like Zelensky was gonna have any other opinion than like, we don't trust them, they've invaded us 17 times. I have my doubts that we're gonna have lasting peace. It's kind of mind-blowing to me. Like, yeah, no shit. like, what do you mean? It's like if ISIS to us was like, nah, we don't care about you anymore, you're good. It'd be like, I don't know. So same as before, we're just watching to see if offer can still maintain here. The 707, 720, right? It's our edge of our balance. We're watching to see if this can hold and if we can step below. If we can step below 670s, I think we have one more rotation down into this POC shift. But I'm just keeping an eye on that. We should expect a little bit of a bid here. We, again, need to see the step down below and then the offer hold or any continuation, or this is where buyers will be found once again. It is super important that we see some aggressive selling below, or it's just going to fizzle out again. So is that it? They got in an argument and now it's over? Why did there's just no more news now? Like, is it actually done? That's a crazy way to end it. screaming match in the Oval Office. I guess that's what I'm thinking. I mean, I don't really get it.
According to EIA, US crude oil production in Texas fell in December to the lowest since July 2024. Trump to Zelensky saying, "You're running low on soldiers, then you're telling us you don't want a ceasefire."
They're talking again.
US crude oil production in New Mexico rose to a record high in December, according to EIA. So now there is a playback of the White House meeting between Trump, Zelensky, and VP Vance.
Jesus Christ.
But of course, we'll keep an eye out for any other comments that do kind of come through, if they do.
Let me go watch the playback. Is there a link? Bid holding at 670.
We have also posted up the video of Trump and Zelensky's meeting. Bank of England's Governor Bailey is a top candidate to lead global financial watchdog. US gross natural gas production in Texas rose to a record high in December, according to EIA.
Jesus.
Hello, everybody.
Holy shit.
What's up?
I'm just listening to this live now. He's like actually screaming at him. Have you said thank you once?
Vance is like, guys, you don't have to get divorced, right?
This is so bad, man. Holy shit. I'm out here. There might be one more leg down. I'm unsure.
SEC to host
I just
roundtable
played the
on
acceleration
Plus.
down. So we're listening to
They'll
this.
discuss the risks, benefits, and governance of AI in the financial industry.
This poor guy, man. What if my bomb drops on your head right now? This is like actually mind blowing. What? Why did they record this? Why is this a thing that's happening right now? This is embarrassing.
So in regards to the press conference, there isn't any change to it as of yet that we can see.
That was embarrassing.
Keep you updated if there is.
Well, on a
Jesus.
bright note, I had a nice brunch this morning with some Kajafa cherry crepes. Any
Wow.
cherry crepe enjoyers in the chat?
Huge.
Yeah, see, there we go. Bottomless? No. I still got my bottom.
Wow, that was interesting. What's going on? There was just a a recording of the conversation that we just heard of Zelensky and Trump speaking. It was finally released, so we got our financial juice guy who was talking about it live, but was just wanted to see what the actual energy was in the room. It was not good. It was not good. They were actually yelling. Zelensky was not yelling.
Chain RTY here at this LVN. ES still not over daily open, value low. If it traded similar structure to RTY here, it'd be up into like 86.
We are now below our 30-second opening range on ES. Russell is now holding
So
VWAP
remember
as
1 p.m.
resistance.
time, there was supposed to be the Trump presser with Ukraine's President Zelensky, but there hasn't been any updated links that we can find. We're still trying to find an updated link. We'll post that up for you on the Financial News feed when we do get it.
There wasn't a stream, but there was a recording, Surf. It's posted if you scroll up just a little bit. I can just copy it again for you. It is a shit show. But yeah, nothing about this action is giving me hopes for a bullish market right now. It's below opening range on ES, below VWAP, and holding as resistance on RTY. NQ is testing day open now. We'll see if we can hold here, but if we don't, I expect us to retest our lows. So that would be a move down to like 54, 57 area on ES if we continue to hold the 30-second opening range as resistance, and NQ rotating down to like 460, 480. I mean, I just don't see why the market would go up. We'll see. $55, $58 on EOS. Again, like it just made no sense to look for anything there with day open rejection on ES and Russell now below VWAP and holding this resistance. See what happens now. $50 seconds until new 15s. We have a new pivot with Russell below current value low, as well as previous day value low. So we'll watch that as our pivot when we test back in. for an offer for one more leg down. $30. Tag target on ES, a little bit of a bid. See how we interact here. Russell's got a bit more room down.
I'm gonna join the AMD Master Race, Kiz. All three indices retesting breakdown here.
It's a good first risk off. If you're in from Russell lost momentum into our pivot that we drew out. I personally think that we get a full new low, but it's a good first risk off just if Russell does find a bid here and steps over. I'm hoping that we get a move down into the open though.
I would like to see ES test for liquidity lower. We have so many VPOCs below 2 and stuff.
Excuse me. This is target, guys. We need to see a very clear break below and hold if we're going to get any continuation down. This is Russell into our previous high and 30-second opening range high. ES into our ETH low and hold, and NQ into our 3350, which is our PVZ value. For a breakdown, we're looking for a very clear shift below these levels for any sort of continuation. The 50-minute structure, we still look very good for more downside. And on the higher time frame, I am still targeting down into this 450, 470 area, but we need to see a very clear break below here for continuation. I could see us chopping here for a bit first before we actually get a decision with Russell at our day open.
ES was so slow there. Yeah, I guess NQ was too on the low flag, but
Seeing a little bit of downside movement on WTI crude oil. No headlines to back up the movement. We'll keep an eye out and relay it if we do have any headlines to back it up.
Just gonna wait until we either break below and hold or test back up into our highs again. Again, if you're in a runner and have the ability to hold, nothing's changed, right? We're still holding our halfway back area from our last sell side candle, still trading below POC of current candle and previous. It's just we could chop here for a bit if we don't see a breakdown immediately into new 15s. $20 seconds until new 15s. Offer sitting at 60. Just waiting to see if they pull or not.
Surely expecting Fed reverse repo operation data.
Retest of RTY PVZ POC here and our halfway back. Trying to find a bid above 60s here on NQ and watching to see if it can hold and sustain.
50 counterparts take 234.422 billion dollars at Fed reverse repo operation. Brazil government considers cutting ethanol import tax in a nod to Trump, according to Globo reporting there.
Failure on Russell. Push back down to our lows. Watching to see on this very aggressive sell side candle if we can get below this pivot for a secondary leg.
Trump says Zelensky is not ready for peace and can come back when he is ready for peace.
Watching this
Trump says
reoffer.
Zelensky disrespected America. We're going to see if we can try and find a video of him speaking live.
Jesus Christ.
So just a comment on his Truth Social post there. Again, Trump saying Zelensky not ready for peace. Zelensky saying, excuse me, Trump saying that Zelensky disrespected the US.
We're watching Russell test day open as resistance here. Offer holding at 30s. Need to see it step below 15s for continuation. And then we want to see acceleration below that. It's a bit volatile right now, so please be careful. But nothing has shifted. Testing into a 15s, finding bids so far. Needs to step below and then offer. New low. Move stops down.
You're just seeing the dollar seeing a movement towards the upside, S&P 500 seeing a little bit of downside movement here, WTI seeing a little bit of movement towards the upside here, the VIX seeing a little bit of movement towards the upside. Just post Trump's Truth Social post in regards to Zelensky, saying Zelensky is not ready for peace and he can come back when he's ready for peace. And Zelensky disrespected the US.
I think Russell needs to retest previous low and day open before we get our secondary leg down. Just keeping an eye on this 15 to 30 area on NQ while that's happening. Expect a bit more volatility on NQ while we wait for Russell to figure it out.
Trump and Zelensky press conference is cancelled. So again, Trump and Zelensky press conference is cancelled.
Holy. Okay. What a shit show.
So Zelensky leaves White House early after contentious meeting with Trump. So merger market FX falls to low for the day on Zelensky-Trump spat. The euro slips to 16-day low after Trump and Zelensky dispute, last down 0.33%.
Halfway back's here. ESNQ, RTY back daily open.
Surely Rory has kimchi stack in his house.
It might be too spicy.
Breaking below 433, would it go all the way back down? Back to now? No clue. Right now, we're just punishing sellers in the short term that got stuck at 500s. Russell back over our 30-second opening range, rotating back to POC. We'll see what happens. Nothing is shifted in our overall structure. Still very bearish. But we are punishing people right now at these lows. New 15's opening now. Shin ramen is spicy. Is that true? I don't even think it's supposed to be spicy.
It's not. Bro, I've had bell peppers that are spicier than any Shin ramen. Be very interested on these ESNQ tests of yesterday's low here, if bid can hold. No, he's definitely not.
You're basically just looking to see if 600s can hold for a first target of 640. On NQ, and we'll see what happens from there. This is Russell into previous low and day open. It's resistance.
Between Zelensky and Trump will likely accelerate efforts to investigate waste, fraud, and abuse in US aid to Ukraine. Semafar says US-Ukraine minerals deal was not signed. Dollar bonds hold near levels
Holy.
unchanged after Zelensky's contentious meeting with Trump.
Logic right now is that we punish these guys that are down at 500, and our reversion target is at 640. So nothing has shifted in our overall sell theme, but because we have so many people who are offsides near the lows, we're now watching to see if we get a higher low here for just a rotation back up to VWAP. That's literally it. Like 640, 660 is target if we can bid here at day open. Just watching Russell with this potential lower high. If we can't get into this value edge. Same thing on ES. Value edge here. And we can see the supply sitting at that 640, 660, just on footprint itself, on the stacked imbalance that's there. Be right back.
Just got my my dividends from my computer share Walt Disney shares. Big $5 this year. Massive gains. Listen, man. It got me an extra 0.046895 shares. Yeah, like the there. Yes. Well, not inherit, but it was like you got born gift. You got like 10 shares of Walt Disney in like the mid-90s.
Also, media reports it's just getting wider attention. Trump Zelensky press conference cancelled.
NQ here into imbalance, testing LVN. ES just over daily open, very similar imbalance though. So is our LVN imbalance test on Russell, where we found sellers last time and brought us to our new lows.
There's target into 640, 660. This is just your reversion to our 15-minute VWAP and into the supply. Russell still continuing onward to upwards. As long as we have momentum on that, market's in an okay position. But we are at our pivot here. Just watching to see how we interact as we push into ETH high at 150 on Russell as NQ's at VWAP. Do we shift or does this hold? Unsure. I'd expect sell side to be sitting here though. Oops. For my ES enjoyers, you're watching to see if we can hold our 30-second opening range here and find bids at our previous high to day open. And we want to see a look over our VWAP for a push into 590, 594 if this was going to hold an uptrend.
Mexico's economy minister Ebrard calls meeting with U.S. Commerce Secretary Lutnick cordial.
Have sound. What's going on? Sorry if I was talking over you. I didn't realize I didn't have sound.
All good.
Just getting wider attention from the wires as well. So Zelensky departs White House after meeting with Trump. So Zelensky seen exiting the White House and departing the White House after meeting with Trump. Just a official confirmation, White House official says Trump-Zelensky news conference cancelled.
We need to see the offers step below 590, 600 for anything more than that for acceleration back down. So we're watching to see from our target, which is what we just hit and rejected immediately, if now a bid is found here, right, for rotations between this area, or if we can find an offer that steps below this 590, 600, and then we can start rotating back down. If we can see that weakness there, then we can continue. Unsure. Again, all of this was just a reversion to our supply above. And now it's just figuring out if this buyer is serious or not here. Watching our previous day value test on Russell for a potential low off of our pivot. See if we can get above, or if this is going to revert down. So far holding where we need to on Russell. Previous day value low. Coming back up to our high. Again, for anything sell side, needs to step below that 590-600 or bids will just maintain.
Senior
15.
US official says Trump is not ruling out an agreement with Zelensky, but not until Ukraine is ready to have a constructive conversation. It's the wires again, just citing that US and Ukraine failed to sign a deal on natural resources. And again, confirmation from a White House official saying Zelensky and Trump did not sign minerals deal on Friday.
I don't mind this pause here, but if we're going to get a kind of secondary squeeze move, I'd like to see it materialize quite quickly. I think if we just pause here, then we just look for the rotate back down for too much longer.
So the senior White House official just saying press conference with Zelensky cancelled, no deal signed yet, and it's up to the Ukrainians if it can be rescheduled while Zelensky is still in the country.
Range rotations.
Eurostox 50 futures drop as much as 1.4% after the contentious Trump and Zelensky meeting, last down around spot 8%.
Slight little baby lower low here out of our most immediate auction on NQ to yesterday's low. ES following. Same structure RTY, all three trading together. You don't find like a pretty strong and immediate bid in this area, I would assume we see the offer drop below or high and then rotate back into our previous auctions below.
White House officials say that Trump felt disrespected by Ukraine President Zelensky's rhetoric and demeanor.
Value lows here.
Canadian Foreign Minister says we are in a security crisis.
Well, kind of like edge rotations. Put ES back to 60 and NQ back into the 40 area. RTY back towards 37s, 36 halves. If we don't see bids at these value loads, which is kind of looking to be the case so far. If anyone did short as we looked under that range, couldn't get back in. I know it was really close, really tight, not a good like lower high. This should be your first kind of risk off area. See if you can get a little bit more extension, but anywhere in here is just fine. And we watch if we can get back up over value, or if we fail, we'll look back for the lows.
Canada's foreign minister says Canada needs to be closer to Europe and the UK.
Full edge tests. All three indices. Like I just said, failure to get back into value. Lower highs here could see us back to the lows. But that was ES60, NQ40s, RTY, 35 halves. The whole shebang. Wow. How do you feel, buddy? Feel alive? Empty? Good. As you should. That means you are doing it correctly. LU retests here across the board. Yeah, if we get back in value, we should just go retest the auction above. ES is slightly leading into it. It would have been, well, it still can be, but I think it's more optimal to hold offer here and come back to lows, but I don't make the rules.
Mexico opens new tariffs on China to avoid Trump duties. So that's Mexico being open to new tariffs on China to avoid Trump duties. Ukraine's PM Zelensky, after the Trump clash in the Oval Office, says Zelensky is right. Peace without guarantees is not possible. That's again Ukraine's PM after Ukraine President Zelensky and Trump's clash in the Oval Office says Zelensky is right. Peace without guarantees is not possible.
Little look out of range here, yes. RTY and Q still trading top. Ooh. We're stuck. I would take a nappy time. Back to testing upper auctions. Sellers still sitting on the lower edge. And back down to the auction we've been hanging out in. Yep. Hopefully we get our excitement now with that lower high and actual like test rejection where we come back down through. The worst kind of possible for a trading scenario would be reholding this this auction we were just in. So that's probably what will happen, right?
Ukraine's President Zelensky says, "Thank you, America, for your support." Says Ukraine needs just and lasting peace.
That's pretty good.
Zelensky says, "We are working exactly for that kind of peace."
Another retest. Auction above.
Zelensky's aide says that without guarantees, the war will return. And the Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman on Zelensky at the White House says how Trump and Vance restrained themselves and didn't hit him is a miracle of restraint.
Just end of month shenanigans sauce. Balancing options ports. Bro, the two cats are like sitting next to me and they're just like being nice. Like cleaning each other, and now they got each other in a chokehold. They're just like biting. What a life. What a life to be a cat. That's a crazy headline. Oh.
NYMEX WTI crude April futures settle at $69.76 a barrel, which is down 59 cents or spot 84% on the session. Natural gas April futures settle at $3.83, diesel March futures at $2.35, and gasoline March futures at $1.97. White House official says Trump made the decision to call off the signing ceremony with Zelensky.
We'll look into upper auctions here. Gotta take out these highs and trade through LVNs. Or else we're gonna basically be stuck in this same kind of like mini rotations. Need to see continuation. If those occur, I would like to see NQ over 85, like into the node. It's your Globex low at 88. RTY to trade through 150 and get up into that 54, 55 and ES over 97 towards that 5900 Globex low. I really want to see buyers Be responsive on this ES high edge. If they fail, we'll look back into like our ES60, our NQ40, our RTY 35 half, but like I said a little bit ago, preferably on any of that we see a lower low. That's kind of the two pathings here, we just gotta wait and see. Yes, NQ here. Looking through LVNs. First kind of NQ target here, 85s. I want to see ES into 5900. Any weakness back through the LVN, we need to see like massive bids off 650 NQ and like 85, 86 area on ES. I agree, Sauce. Not dicey per se, but like not optimal. Suboptimal Momo. Alright, ES here into the 59. You have your secondary NQ target middle of this upper auction from earlier in the morning. Full rotation here puts you into like 15, 10 to 5, 710 to 715. You have an LV on there. It's kind of double distribution up here. Not really seeing that Russell oomph through the node. But we have ES test here, Q test here. Exciting. Somehow my like email got on a scam list and I get these daily emails of like or multiple times today and they're like inspirational quotes with like PayPal stubs attached with Bitcoin buys. It is the most annoying thing ever. And they all come from different emails, so I like can't block them. That's my story. Yeah, I've no. And queue up into that 710, 715 edge. RTY Globex low. Still not seeing that like upside momentum we're seeing. ES and Q and RTY yet.
Hudson's executive vice president says Zelensky's appearance at the Hudson Institute in Washington is cancelled as well.
Yeah, these emails, Sauce, like they don't even go to spam because they're not like they're from. It looks like they're from direct emails. You know what I mean? It's so annoying. Yeah, my Gmail is not filtering any of these. And even the worst part is
Brent crude
this
futures settled
started
at
like
$73.18 a barrel, which is down 86 cents or 1.16% on the session.
it really started and it started getting bad. Same with like tech spams and stuff. After I had the worst experience of my life at a car dealership last weekend. I feel like whoever this is took from their database or they're selling stuff as well. It's just like I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but yeah. I'm gonna blame them. Maybe I should do that.
Zelensky also cancelled his appearance at the Ukrainian house in DC that was supposed to happen at 6:30, according to a Ukrainian official.
Time to ditch the Gmail and go back to Hotmail.
And so keep in mind that US Treasury Secretary Bessent is currently live on Bloomberg TV. So we have posted out the Bloomberg TV live video on the feed for those interested. Again, US Treasury Secretary Bessent due to appear on there momentarily.
NQ still into this edge. ES has like 3 more points for full kind of rotation. You do have your primary selling node at like 12. Do our high of day at 14.5. This is your RTY little look into upper structure. Talked about it was lagging ESNQ. RTY definitely can come up here into 55.
US Treasury Secretary Bessent says Zelensky performed one of the biggest own goals in history. US Treasury Secretary Bessent says it's tough for an economic deal if Zelensky opposes peace. US Treasury Secretary Bessent adds the economic deal was to show no US Ukraine daylight. US Treasury Secretary Bessent says that he had a heated exchange in Kiev with Zelensky as well. US Treasury Secretary Bessent says it is up to Trump to decide if he can deal with Zelensky. According to the Financial Times, Ukraine's President Zelensky has spoken with France's President Macron and is now speaking to NATO's RUT.
New high. Yes, there. Most extreme kind of edge here on NQ. Your high is at 80. This is our 55 test on RTY. Middle of known target. I am not too concerned with this slight look over on ES. Especially with NQ and RTY still making these rotations. Much more interest for me on ES for like a potential kind of like move of value if we get up into 920, which was a pretty important auction yesterday, mid-afternoon, before our secondary sell leg.
Germany's Chancellor Scholz says that Ukraine can rely on Germany and Europe. And US Treasury Secretary Bessent says the CBO budget scoring is unlikely to include tariff money. Tariffs are likely to bring in a substantial revenue. US Treasury Secretary Bessent says it would be nice to have a Fortress America versus China. So keep in mind, of course, Ukraine's President Zelensky has been cancelling quite a lot of his later appearances throughout the day today. One thing we are still seeing, though, is that Ukraine's President Zelensky is due to be speaking on Fox News after the close today at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. So just keep that in mind. Again, is subject to cancel, does seem to be cancelling most of his appearances to the US media, but this one is still up for the moment. US Treasury Secretary US Treasury Secretary Bessent agrees that in 6 to 12 months it becomes Trump's economy. US Treasury Secretary Bessent says the US wants Canada and Mexico to match US tariffs on China.
U15's here. NQ supportive off of LVN. We want to see Russell hold this edge. If not, we look back in to our primary Russell structure and would expect NQES to trade back down as well. So NQ back towards POC like 95, 700. And ES back towards 90. It is tough with it being so slow.
US Treasury Secretary Bessent says the housing market is stuck right now, but it will unfreeze in weeks. US Treasury Secretary Bessent on tax cut bill says we are going to get it passed. Bessent says we could go back to the inflation target pretty quickly. US Treasury Secretary Bessent concludes his interview on Bloomberg TV.
I'm gonna mess up chat, but it's gonna be worth it.
It's worth it. It's worth it. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. Last week he defeated the Chaos Siren. Some of the best work, to be honest. I'm pretty proud. I'll send this to Sven though. Yes, finding buyers there up to 5,900 and Q up 690. Really no shift on RTY. Coming in the last half hour here.
EU Foreign Policy Chief Callas says today it became clear that the free world needs a new leader. It's up to us, Europeans, to take this challenge.
Yes, this is our test towards 20. Daily ADR. Kind of node structure from yesterday I talked about. NQ still no look above. RTY still no look above. Do have a slight lower low on VIXY here. Less than a minute till final half hours.
Yo.
Low.
Feel like the lowest you want to see it go is 20 to 30 here. Russell just double tops, then this is probably it for the rest of the day. Unless MOC pops us. Nothing like the last hour of the day. Huge. We got our holds that we needed to on QQQ and SPY, but IWM is just still pretty weak. So I really think that you're dependent here on Russell for any real holds up here.
I wish we would have got
JP
that
Morgan
work
CEO
over
Diamond says
800.
JP Morgan has
The little BS
450
slip
AI
over
use
too.
cases, likely to have over 1,000 in a year.
We our idea yesterday from the video is playing out, which is our hold of our basing at 116.71, and now it's trying to build over 120s. There's nothing bullish about this until we can get over like 24.30 and then show the supportive. Chopping here is just neutral. Right, this is just our balance from before. But it makes sense why we saw some relief based off of that, if you look at it like this. Again, would like to really see a bid here at this 20 to 30 if NQ is serious or offer's going to take advantage and rotate us back down. I think your first risk off is into the 680, 690 with a runner looking for 640s if we can breach. That would be my guess. We don't just see immediate acceleration from this 80 to 90. I'd expect a retest of 20 to 30 offer and then step down like that if we were going to continue. But just keep an eye on this basing here for that relief bounce that you're talking about for your first PT. And again, if we step below like 80 to 90 and then offer, I think rotations to 40 to 50 makes sense. Just watch Russell for that lost momentum like we just mentioned on IWM. Without it, it's just going to be really tough for continuation. I hate the last hour now. Some insane moves lately. Size-wise. Those Zelensky talks going into the weekend is pretty annoying. Because now you're going to have like NATO news all weekend. Here's your relief bounce we were just talking about into 20 to 30. Just watch to see if offer sticks there or not. Got sell side liquidity resting. I doubt you get the breakdown for secondary targets without Russell breaking the low. Probably oscillation or up. Need to see that continued weakness off of Russell. bid attempting at 20 to 30 with Russell holding our low of our range. ES back up to our highs as well. Just watching Russell as we come back up into pivot. $1,800's aren't off the table if the sellers stop out. So, yeah, I mean, there's seriously no interest yet to break down this trend up. Maybe some Trump news, I don't know, but you gotta respect it until proven otherwise. Sadly. I don't really have any targets here on EOS other than like I've got an 11 pivot and then I've got main higher time frame target at 50s, 45 to 50 on EOS. It's really all we've I mean, it's just not much. Got like the structural break there. 30.
I think that's any like 20 to 30 range here in ES makes sense. It's our ADR, but even we have an imbalance to fill up through there, and this is like just this node from yesterday.
Yeah. It's basically like 30 and then 50 for me.
Yep. And that 50 is like my primary kind of pivot, or like more of a value shift pivot for buyers.
ES. Bye. I think we'll know if we're gonna pop if Russell can get over 58 and hold. This 53 or 54 to like 58 was our 30-second opening range the other day. That's why, like, to me, pretty significant. I have a lot more faith in this once we get over this resistance here. I do. Mm, what can you tell me your symptoms? Yeah, there's your solution.
Sir. Not wrong. Not right. But also not wrong.
Mm, I mean, your best case scenario is to just say that you are having one and that you need space and you need a second, and then get in control of your breathing. Step out of the room if you need it. I mean, it's very general advice, but like that's really all there is. Unless you're like gonna medicate. Like you gotta
Do
like
you know like what kind of things are gonna trigger? There's some medication that's for like public speakers primarily that will really help going into those kind of
you should have like very general symptoms in the beginning that let you know that you're like triggering, and then it's just about dealing with it. I don't know, I take Boost Bar, but it seems like you had some signs that you were going into it.
One minute now until we get the market on close imbalance. Keep in mind we are expecting some month-end flows here as we come towards the cash equity close for the last trading day of February.
You can do like beta blockers for public speaking. I don't know anything else other than
So
that.
we're looking out to the market on close imbalance. S&P 500 a buy side of 4.4 billion. Nasdaq 100 a buy side of 1.75 billion. Dow 30 a buy side of 1.9 billion. Mag 7 stocks a buy side of 1.1 billion. Large buy imbalances on the market on close last time this month. Into the close here, seeing US stocks extending gains. S&P up 1.09%, Nasdaq extending up to 1.02%, the Dow up 1% as well.
I take these two medications, Ty, for anxiety and panic.
It's the propranolol or whatever is what I was thinking.
It is incredibly important that we see a secondary bid over this 800. This is the Russell move we were looking for through our previous 30-second opening range. ES halfway to target. We'd love to see 30s hold as supportive on retest with Russell holding as well. Yeah, I kind of agree with Braxton. You want me to send you some? I've got like 78 bottles. My doctor prescribes me like 3 times my dose. Yeah.
US 10 and 30-year yields reach the day's lows into the month end.
Coming into next target here off of our hold of our 800, 820, where that previous buyer was, stepping into our 60s, 70s, with Russell also holding our 58s, like we talked about, for the secondary move up, and our push into our 46 to 50 area on ES. This is our full target, or at least my full target. If we can get anything else, it'll just be like a pop, and I don't think it has much follow through. I feel like we need to kind of build out this area a bit, but just keep playing with trend.
So the Treasury 30-year yield falls below 4.5% for the first time since mid-December.
If you look on IWM, we've now done the full move, right? From our where we were consolidating and talking about that, we're now into our value edge here. So that's given us the ability for SPY and QQQ to get that run now that we've done this upper rotation. Yeah, I mean, I think we've got like no structure, right? So you can see like NQ just kind of walk to 940 here pretty easily. Watch our 900s, and then if we can do that, then you just walk up to like 940, 950. Yeah, I don't think it's to be expected. Just all blow off the top. If you start to see any weakness, though, you gotta just, I would step out of the way. There's literally no structure here. So if sell side steps back in, you're just gonna be exit liquidity. Watching our 900 retest.
Two minutes. Oh, I am ready for a nap. These carb-heavy brunches just kill me.
Mm-hmm.
Like usually not eating until 3, and then instead eating like 8 pounds of pancakes at
Yeah.
9 in the morning.
No. Couldn't do it.
What did I eat? I did a lot.
What
of junk.
what didn't he eat?
Yeah, I had crepes. I had some pancakes.
Pushing into target here. This is your like 940, 960. That's, to me, is kind of just it. You've got a minute left. Really nice rebid off of 900s if you were willing to take that for a nice little 40 points. That's your close with 40 offer holding. I have no guidance into the weekend. I don't know. I feel like we gotta build this area out. We'll see.
Yeah, like I put in my
like ending post there. I would not be surprised if we actually like fully
On today's session,
retrace
Ian,
all of
then the
these
S&P
final
500
candles.
closes up 1.65%, Nasdaq closes up 1.62%, and the Dow closes up 1.39%.
Nice job, grown up.
Even like with this last ES candle, I mean it was just a monster, right? But this is just back up into our 2-month value low now, and just like this same kind of like middle pivot that we saw last week, or I guess earlier this week. It's earlier this week, but very similar to kind of when people were calling for the 59.50
Tesla
to be
shares
the
are
low. I
rising
think this looks fine, but
3.9%,
we need to
snapping
still
their
look over
6-session losing
60.30,
streak
which
today.
is a long way.
And for the week, the S&P 500 fell 0.98%, the Nasdaq fell 3.47%, and the Dow climbed 0.95%.
NQ closing at previous day value low. From here?
All right.
Or from where, Ty?
Hopefully from 100 points ago.
Yeah, like what is
Guru should be, you know?
ES yesterday POC? So 66?
Yeah, somewhere in this pocket.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. It's a good target. 700 or 970. Basically, you're 940 on NQ.
Structurally, I would like be comfortable calling today a low for an upside rotation, but the volume we saw at the low does not make me confident in it.
Hmm.
We'll see. We'll see what happens next week. Surely we'll just get NATO news all weekend, and none of it matters anyways. So.
And
Yeah.
for the month, the S&P fell 1.43%. The Nasdaq 100 declined 3.97%. The Dow fell 1.58%.
The important areas to watch for on any retrace are going to be that those huge buyers that were positioned at
All right, I am going to boogie. Enjoy your weekend, everyone. It's nice out where you are. Get some grass, some sun.
600, 640, guys. That's our big old pivot now. Yeah. Later, Mario.
Goodbye.
Peace. So even if we pull back from here, which is understandable, just want to really keep an eye as we come back down. That was a huge flip. This candle. We took in so much size here to get us out. Ate up all that seller and then just boogied out. We've got some nice stacked imbalances off this candle that we can play. I doubt that if 60s don't hold. If 60s don't hold, then we'll just rotate through back down to this liquidity at 800s.
Deepest monthly percentage loss since April. That's the biggest weekly loss since September as well.
But very nice rally. If we can hold previous day value low, build out here, do a little bit of a retrace into this liquidity here into 60s. Potential to go up to 1,000 again. You remember how big that pivot was yesterday? And that would just be a full retracement of this garbage that we got yesterday. So maybe we get this move overnight if we don't just consolidate here. Retrace this candle. Unsure. But I think a lot of this action was people getting punished from the 40s. And then us holding it. If I had to guess, I'll go back and like look, but my bias completely shifted as soon as we got through this. Once we saw that on Dom. All right, Yeah, we'll see what happens. Goodbye. Have a great weekend, everyone. If you have any questions, if you want to go over anything, review anything, just DM me. I'll get to it when I can. Peace.